Okay, there we go. Mic working? Mic is working. Fluff, you got here first. Mic is working. Good, good, good. Looks like it sounds like it's picking up a whole bunch of sounds. It shouldn't be picking up a whole bunch of sounds. Something it messed with in the settings. Try turning this down, I guess. Huh. You're playing Rot MG right now. I don't think I know the anagram or the abbreviation. I'm gonna assume it's a game. Realm of the Mad God. What type of game is that? Look at Leary being such a punk. Not letting me just take the comm towers. Just let me have. I want them. Oh, it's an MMO bullet hole. Bullet hell. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. There was an 8 health infantry. Interesting. Okay. So it makes the most sense. Probably try and kill the AA. I guess I can't do that. I had more than 0 power. Did I really? Oh, interesting. I thought that. Oh, I had my power active. That's why. Could just let this through finally. Probably the right thing to do. We probably shoot here, finish it off with the tank. The anti-air hit over here. Or maybe have it hit here so that we can take out the copter. Is this? Yeah, that won't kill. Is the infantry. Follow-up won't kill either. Hello. You only lost 2 characters. I'm going to assume that losing characters is a very common experience. Oh. Yeah. Turn off my phone there. It's permadeath. It's hardcore. Very nice. I'm a big hardcore player of games. Problem is, well, I can kill that. I don't have a way of killing it while not blocking off the tile I need for my battlecopter. So that's not great. I'm definitely doing this. Probably want to strike from here. What up? Maybe I just let this go. I can always mount up a force to try and take it later. We'll just lurk while you do that? No worries. Lurkers, welcome. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just... to watch what was going on over here again. With just the tank and a couple infantry. Just the tank and a couple infantry. Okay. Sturm has very good recons. That'd be why. I would highly recommend spamming Sturm recons. Guess we can just slam it with this guy first. They're also hard to kill. What I'm thinking. Going in here. Off. This. Yeah, if I hit this guy down to 7, I think that really makes these damage calcs any better for me. Yeah. It's not awful, I guess. considering I'm defending properties. I'd rather just keep the 2 health guy alive. Blocker. Guess now I can try and take this guy out. Lives in 1, surrounded by foes. Yeah, that's right. It's probably the amount of tank support I've got. So we need to keep this guy here. Just definitely you. Hold down that side. We'll run with this tank. Probably like very healthy 7. I could try and 2-shot. If I give up this comm tower, then I should just leave all of this alone and just focus over here. Giving up the comm tower, or not giving up the comm tower, I should say, does mean that the artillery gets to shoot my tank again, which sucks. It really wraps all the way around. It's a pretty serious risk of just collapsing on this front. Could imply, or at least need to send this copter. Don't want to collapse. And even if that knocked it down to 1, it's some sort of high roll. This is at 1. So it would have to be Copter 6 health tank. Even with that blocking here and the infantry in the woods. Or no, I guess it does work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Well, how on earth do I stop this from falling the next turn? I get shot by an artillery. I do have a 6 health tank and a copter over here. Which is at least something. But no, I don't think that's good enough. I think I have to give up. Yeah, no one will ever get the super in the Sashim here, it's true. There's something in these woods. Doesn't look like it. Whoever it would probably have come out for. So do this strike, this follow up. With this tank to heal. Just give up the comm tower. Also strike this copter. While hitting this tank from above. Watch there be something in these woods. Very embarrassed. Oops. No, that's fine. Here. So got knocked down too. So very much probably no chance to knock down. That one. Back to heal with you. Copters over here. No reason this guy free. Probably fall back to here, making up to 5. You've been in bed for 14 hours. Oh yeah, this needs 7, so I can't just hit it with this. Keep on some pressure here. It looks like this guy sucks up some sort of vehicle hit, which is pretty nice. Hold that forest. Get another anti-air. And probably double artillery. This one's going down. We might have to do some falling back, but I'm definitely going to need artillery to push this. Regardless. How are we looking? Looking like it's a very bloody battle is what it's looking like. Leary? Is it an HQ rush? You could try, I guess. What's our plan here? We've been bleeding a lot of units. Very unfortunate. Scary tank. Aha, I can take this city, but I don't think I can hold that city. Infantry would hit me. Although, with some tank support, maybe. So, I'm looking at, I mean, the tank will come over here. I was like, well, maybe I can drop off this guy to go for the city while I also go for this city. The recon doesn't actually touch here. But I don't... If I go over here with my tank, I just get stuck in a tank war one-on-one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's really not great. I'll get the comm tower eventually. It's fine. It's fine. Comm towers are overrated. You heard it here first. The other choice is to go down here and try and secure the city more. Seems kind of silly. That's what this guy will get the comm tower. Right side, there's not really that many infantry. Downside is we have a heck of a time going down here. I mean, this mech has got a lot of work cut out for it. It's guarding this city. It's guarding this city. 1, 2, 5, 6. That's a problem, actually. But there's always the possibility that this just forces to make sure that if this captures copter here, your tank here, yeah, that's still breakthrough. You can still break through that, stop the city. You can use my entire. Yeah, we will go for this. No guts, no glory. Okay, so I should just. It makes more sense. March, march, march. And over here, I think we just have to be really, really passive. AA. Five, 6. We can go here with the A. 6. Copter will go up instead, but there's also infantry targets over here. So let's grab a mech. Helicopter. Sorry. Hero mech will keep standing here. And sadly, this guy can't move. Otherwise, Hero mech gets absolutely wrecked by a tank. I guess we can move, because there is now another mech covering Hero mech. There's also the case of like, where do I even move to? Isn't just I can go here. The reasoning that tank hits me from here, the mech can hit from the tank hits me from here, this tank can hit back. I would run into some trouble if this time blocked here. Seems risky. It just doesn't really get me much. So we'll just wait until there's a nice buildup of forces before moving. Some captures. Make sure I didn't see. I think it's possible to have seen an opponent, but always good to check. Our way. Right, you're fine there, buddy. We'll have many retries. Okay, and then we also have our the symmetry game, which I think finally gets broken with this guy. He doesn't have a symmetrical choice. So sad. Unless I like base skipped and put him there. Oh no, the bottom's cut off. You guys are missing out on... There we go. Here. This some symmetry. I can't do it with this guy though. I would have to base skip. Have to stand on my base. I wish I could just go dunk dunk. Stay on airport and make APCs. I guess I could have done that, yeah. This would have also been an awful move. Symmetry is also broken because I can't get into this forest on the other side. Live by it, die by it. I mean, I don't deny that I feel a lot of shame in breaking my symmetry, because I do. I hear you guys calling out. I know what you want. So we're going to do it. We had to have at least symmetrical buys. That's right. A delayed double recon opener into a delayed transport mech opener with a mostly symmetrical infantry capture phase. You can't say I don't give the people what they want. Oh, my lander lived. What's the story of this lander? The tank moved out of the way. Hit me. Infantry beat up my infantry over there. The artillery moved on by. Okay. A single recon got dropped off. The mech moved forward. Tank moved forward. Didn't even finish off my tank. Again, we're cut off. You guys couldn't see it. Look at this. This tank moved by and didn't hit the lander. Or it did hit the lander, just didn't kill the lander. What CO do I have the worst time against? Eagle. Okay, how do we best accomplish our mission? We have 1 hit point. I feel like this... Oh man, anywhere I stand, this tank can get me. Okay, unless I go here. If I go here... This tank can't reach, so something else would have to kill me. But that would all be to get to this tile anyway, so I think I might as well just run for this tile. Or I could go here. If I go here, or here, it's still like faking that I don't know I can go through this harbor. If only I was Drake or Sammy. If I was Drake or Sammy, this was home free. I could make it to this tile. It has a mission. It really wants to pick up this infantry and then drop it off over here and capture this airport. I have a dream. I'm gonna get it to work in one of these games. The reef isn't safe because there's shoals next to it, so they can just walk up and get me. This tile's safe. The land. How did you spot my tank? You ran into it. I have a lander and a dream. I think I go here. I don't want... If the tank is going to finish me off, I don't want it to be able to finish me off on this side. I'd like it to have to backtrack. Maybe here makes more sense. Now, as soon as I pass through this harbor, the alarm bells are just going to, like, go off. So I need to at least feign that I can't do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess this is the perfect spot. So I can make it all the way to there. Oh no! That's so sad, Lord Ragnaros. That's so sad. I guess I could just sit on the harbor. Make it look like I'm being trolly. Oh, okay, there was an infantry in place anyway. That's fine. It means my opponent doesn't know what fun is. On other parts of the map, buy another lander. That was a free lander. I'm not buying landers to do this. I have some level of restraint. Take out the mech. B-boats are not more tanky than landers. Landers are tankier. Yeah, you guys seem to have targets over here. Probably send you over on this side. We'll probably have to defend this. My attack force over here is, I imagine, strong enough. Do this. Captain the city. Safer way to do it is to just look here and be like, do you, what? I said wait. No move attempt fail. Okay, you do not see that first. Got the boosts. Do I care? One, two, three, four, five, six. I don't think I care if my opponent knows I have a copter here. I hope they know. I hope it keeps them up at night. That's just the kind of game we're playing. It looks like this front is just collapsing. So Ghost might just hop into the lander and sail away. In which case, just need to throw everything to the center now. Maybe even try and save my peninsula. Do I think the way I used the lander worked well? No. But I wasn't planning on investing anything more with the peninsula, so it's fine. If it had managed, well, it got really unlucky that Ghost had an artillery on the way through here. If there wasn't the artillery, this would have worked out really nicely. It actually would have trapped vehicles over here for quite a while. But it unluckily ran into tank artillery on the turn it showed up on that tile. It does give me a charge advantage, which is really nice. Yeah. Like how as I climb the fog ladder, I make more tanks. I mean, I have a pretty mixed composition. But I am playing Jess with lots of tanks, it's true. Fair number of things. Yeah, because when the amount of charge you get is equal to 100% of the damage value you take and 50% of the damage you deal. So when they hit my lander, I get more charge than they do. I was doing some early fog games with like all mechs and recons. No, I definitely had tanks too. It's pretty much always a mixed composition. This is more tank heavy than I'd say I'm usually am. I mean, I do like Jess mechs, so I'll probably get a couple. But I don't think this map is, at this stage, I don't think this map is that great. Question is, do I want to hang out in this forest, or do I want to move down here? The idea of moving down here is to possibly provide support for this capture, because these guys kind of already have ideas. Or if I'm in the forest, I'm ready to interrupt possible capture attempts. And more importantly, I stop my opponent from going into this forest. I think it's fine. I think we'll go into the forest. You're good for you. No need to overstep our boundary. Just brave penguin holding down the properties and the comm tower. Ah. Tower's mine. Okay, now we get to use the fancy Lash power boost to shot this. And then I have a choice. My opponent did not do a fancy Lash power boost, so they'll have to use the tank if they want to shot. You just go for this capture. No need to get fancy. The faster airport, maybe. Capture here and then start putting pressure here. Build a tank. Okay, I'll go for a slightly slower airport. Could be better. Could be worse. Nightmare did free the copter, but then ran away with the copter. So the plan basically worked. Takes out the recon. Frees the copter. Over there. Okay. join to try and take that comm tower? Sounds really spicy. Yeah, I remember that video. I did not choose grit. Nor would I recommend grit. Ugh. Oh. Ah. I'll see how well guarded that is. More tank than artillery. You gotta do what you gotta do. I should have gone tanks first. Go all the way in. Whoops. Losses aren't great, are they? Okay, never mind. The losses, they're not great, but they're not awful. Honestly, they're kind of manageable. Which I'll take for grit any day. I think just try and bully. They're not that bad. They would have been a lot worse if the copter had called my bluff. Just like started killing other things. I'm okay with that. The question is, do I want to get involved in this fiasco? The answer is probably not. Okay. I can either soften this up. I can go and heal. 2, 3, 4. Healing the artillery is pretty valuable. Sadly, doesn't cover this tank. Do people build missiles here? I don't think so. I mean, it's something you could do, but it's not something I've ever seen done. If the problem is your max payout is that you kill a copter, and then they build an artillery and kill you. You get to bring my other artillery over here if I want. They're probably cool because I'll have all my units together. That's true. You do also lose the repair bills. I guess that's not the max payout. They could do like a bomber rush, and you just get really lucky that they decide to go for that. Here. How are we doing in the infantry exchange? Not the best. Not the worst. What's a recon? One infantry exchange. Basically, I've decided I'm going to kill this recon with these 2 tanks. So what I have to decide now is what do I do with this infantry? I can either use it as like a blocker, or I can use it to take out this infantry with a buddy. I might have to start resorting to some transport copter mech stuff to shore up my lines. Nightmare's probably going to be sending the coppers up. So, I'm not going to be taking this. I'll try and harass it and then just run away. Run away. You guys. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we won't repair. We will just do the damage. Sadly, not quite in range to get that. But that's okay. But we will also bring in almost all of our vehicles to this area. I guess I have bad guys up there. Rah. Now we have to decide. Was there a cap attempt bottom left? There's going to be a cap happening here soon, and then in like 3 turns this will happen. From my opponent. If that's what you're asking. See, it's fine. It's fine. What does my A even do to Eagle Copter with no comm? I think I bring it down to 1. But yeah, it doesn't get kills. This. Might get hit here. Debatably, we don't go for that. Probably bring it to 1. Then let's not walk into the tank interruption range. 67 to 73 during a super. Yeah. Probably retreat and take out the infantry with the recon. I could just retreat it with everything. There's no way I ever get this. So the best I can do is go here. Kind of put pressure on it too. Go here? Yeah. We should probably build a tank at this point. Although, the no tank game has been quite fun. I guess I could go double artillery instead. Damage 10. So I could kill off this infantry and then try and take this city. It's really not even that bad, except it goes so far down in unit count. Kind of forces the tanks. Only I can strike from here. Kind of forces the tanks to ignore the recon. High funds mentally infecting you. See, this is why I can't. I get so much worse when I play multiple modes at once, because they play so differently. You can't play standard like fog and fog like standard, or standard like high funds. But I wanna. I'm not a high funds player, but I've been playing a lot of high funds on this account. I guess it's really not that bad, right? Because I killed an infantry with this initial attack. So it's kind of just trading out evenly. So artillery cannot move or I lose the city. And I'm gonna get a tank. Should have hit from the forest. That was a really weird. Whatever. Whoa. Okay. Straight into the middle, huh? Straight down, going straight for that airport. Each their own. Yeah, it should go back here. It's not that bad. It's not bad at all. I was thinking I can go around this way. Yeah, I'll go around this way. Oh, the 95 game. Okay. Looks like a missile hit here. 2 missiles hit over here. Pretty painful. It's been going on. Does that tell me? It's not my... Because I'm not Rachel. Crap. There was definitely... It doesn't tell me because I'm not Rachel. So, how do we want to go about this? Can you reach? You can reach this guy, so you're probably just taking out this tank. Actually, like 0 choice. Take out that tank. Good job. You can either shoot this tank, this infantry, anti-airs, I'd like the anti-airs to attack within my rocket's range. Probably shoot this tank. I can shoot the recon. Just kill the recon. I would prefer if you hit here and you hit here, I think. Ideally, I would have been able to kill this tank so this infantry can hit this infantry. Good damage to it. To keep this cap going. Another thing that has to be dealt with. Take out that copter. This copter. Many, many copters of 95. I don't kill the recon. Yeah. Two more anti-airs. These 3 can probably kill that cannon. just hitting it. Killing the recon's probably worth it. I don't really like standing next to lab. So, the damage to you to slow down any capture you might do. Back to this. Guard this tile. I think I prefer to guard this tile. Help protect the rocket. If I do that, I do lose vision. Oh, no, this guy can see it. Okay. Oh, this guy can see it too. There is a 1 health infantry right there. There's a lot of copters. I think the losses are fairly equal. I killed many copters. You attack from this forest? This. Yeah, that's good to know. Still focus. No reason to risk our poor copters. They've already gone through enough. That attack might be worth it. The copters have a hard time chasing it down. Also, just go back to this. This. A lot of success with transport copter on this map, but not sure. That money can probably be spent better. So, if I continue this capture, I think I just get hit by 2 copters. If I go over here, I get hit by 2 copters anyway. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just keep up the pressure, I guess. You are currently sucking up probably a 9 health infantry hit. Probably not worth it. I could retreat. Use you as a really nice. That's what we'll do. Blocker. I ended up getting vision. Ran the recon out of fuel, oh no. Okay. Game has been very bloody. Plus a medium tank. Alright, and then that game against Humida. Ah, ha 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 ha. Humida did not expect me to have expected the stealth. Well, you can be evil penguin for this. It's just so beautiful when the plan comes together. Yep. Oh, and then you move down just a tiny bit and the fighter's right there. This is a grit fighter though, so... Wow. Wow. The rudeness of that 1 health copter. Take a damage off. That's bold. And then attacking my poor black boats. Oh my gosh, we got so much transport going on over there. I mean, the stealth's gonna live. I might power though. Depends on if I need it to kill stuff off. I don't have a way of killing this 1 health. Copter. It's bait. I should kill the V-copters with my fighter. That would be some high-level bait. We can shoot that. We can save this anti-air, which is huge. Just use battleship recon to kill this. And I can interrupt this with an artillery very easily. I also get to go for this capture. Oh, I don't have to be evil anymore. My evil plan was predicting this stealth. Just go here to trap in the tank to finish it off later. Seems fine. Okay. We hit from here. Hit the tank. Might want to heal stuff up. 251 to 50. Don't need to heal the battleship. Hit from here instead. Better. We are gonna get hit with some snow. because Olaf is just a sore loser. Just can't handle the fact the stealth is going down. Guess I could try and block it in. I'm here for heals. Will an Olaf Copter on a super kill an 8 HP arty no matter what? Oh, you mean on the shoals? Maybe? I can check for you. No. Almost. Alright, so we will repair. Wait, does that mess up any buys? I think I was going to get another fighter. Yeah, I guess I can't repair. We'll just fire. You're my mighty legion of crit fighters. In these woods. Ah. There's AA here. And artillery here. Should just put my infantry here. How are we doing on this kill to death? Pretty good. to be honest. I do not want you to just kind of run away, so we will try and trap you in here. Artillery, come down this way. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I have to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just accept that we'll be at 8 health. All right. But next turn we get hit by Winter Fury again. So value-wise, I might even be a little bit behind. No, I can't possibly be a little bit behind. This number of 1 health and 3 health vehicles. But it probably about even after the Winter Fury. We'll see how much stuff moves into range of artillery. Okay. Aha! Our invasion has begun. Hey. Who said that other people get to invade? That's a me only kind of thing. So I can either go for this comm tower, which would probably be pretty valuable. Or I can go for my airport, which would be very valuable. And over here we can either start attacking or start capturing, or we can just do both. If I start taking this comm tower, the only thing that can interrupt me is this tank. Wait, can I just take the comm tower? Not quite. The recon can't be used. It's got to run away. So we'll probably start bringing mechs over there. Can whoever take this comm tower? The double swing, which will knock you probably down to 1. Can't take it from me. I mean, I'm not going for my airport. The other option is just go for the airport right away. Still get the double swing. The birdies have something to say, but that I don't understand bird speak. Well, I understand penguin speak. I don't understand cockatiel speak. They're trying to give me feedback. Well, you, no matter what. No matter what, you're attacking here. Oh. And we get to knock you down to probably 1. Okay, we will take the comm tower then, because there's going to be lots of scraps going on. Not only here. Oh, it goes down to 2. I don't think 3 health can take me out. Yeah, it takes at least 4. It takes 4. We have to get a tank. Send ourselves. Now that I have this capture going on, I don't need to keep it. I can just invest it. Keeping up the pressure over here. Mech makes a lot of sense. There's a tank over here. You get to run away. Be really annoying later. Either that or you can block here. S tier 1 in Verdun fog. In artillery. Let's go. Oh, this really wants to be infantry. Are you winning, son? We've got quite the game going on. I think I go for the comm tower. That forces the tank. Corrupted. Strike from the mountain here. Before force DFS to base skip somewhere to get the medium tank. I'd love to repair this recon. But I think I just run with it for now, and then later on, if this gets fought off, the black boat can repair the recon for harassment down here. Or I can even just like stand on a city, make an infantry take it out. Sadly, I'd love to be in a spot where the tank could hit me, but an infantry couldn't. Just to make the tank, just for the psychological damage of having the tank have to let the recon free before they interrupt the comm tower. Probably go back to here. How much damage does this even do? Oh my gosh. Hits me down. It hits me down to 6. Decent for it. If it hits me down to 7. If it hits me down to 7, there's always a potential risk of not being able to actually stop it. You knock down 7, and then you knock down to 4. That's perfect. So what I can do is I can go for this capture, and then when DeadFS interrupts me, I can just join this capture and get the comm tower. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I have a choice if I want to return back to the harbor. I want to go here, which lets me threaten down here. Back to the harbor is even if this tile gets blocked, which DFS actually can't block that tile. 1, 2, 3, without using the tank, which means I get the comm tower. And that's really deadly, because I can always build a rocket to lock it. So I guess I just get to have a nice... I have the really nice options of places to drop. I can drop down here, I can drop here, I can drop here, I can drop a bunch of places over here. We get a mech. Let's just go and get ready to start. We can stand on the property, which will cause the DFS infantry to have to hit me instead of capturing it. Cost them 2k. This black boat, I think we just moved to here. We can also move to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, never mind. That doesn't actually stop it from reaching. You can also unload up here, I guess. I think we just take the step forward so we can't be blocked in so easily. And we still keep up the pressure. You might be wondering, why did DeadFS build this black boat? That is it's so I can't go there with my own black boat. So if we look at how this went down for DeadFS. So you can look at this scenario. And if this black boat isn't here... Actually, this is just a mistake, I think. I think if this infantry stays here and DevS... No, okay, I understand. So the problem that DevS is having here is they don't want me to have a counter-offensive on their island, where I would load up an infantry into this black boat and either land on the shoal to go here, or I can land on their harbor and block it off. So they have to build another unit. Because if this infantry could stand here on the city, and then this stops me from unloading units onto the island. But the problem is I can then just sit on the harbor. So now it's double black boat for that little island. So I can either step forward just to make it so it's hard to block me in, or I can just accept being blocked in. I don't really want my harbor locked because I might want to build something from it. Well, I can build from this one now. The other thing I can do is I can sail my black boat up to here, and since I'm Sturm, I can pick up infantry. But I think the only way I could drop off is over here, so that's not that good. Four, 5, 6, 7. I could always do a long trip with them. Doesn't quite get in the way. Could just stay here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I can go here. And that stops the shoal from being used. While still threatening a bunch of stuff. But then they can sit in my harbor, and I don't like that. I'll just sit here. That way it would take 2 black boats. How many turns? I only have 2 turns to take. Okay. I almost reached my 2-hour limit on turn taking here. Attack down there. How rude. That recon ran away. Okay. We'll go here, here. Sure. Just go for the capture for now. I have a feeling there's going to be stuff coming to stop me in the corner. Okay. It wasn't very likely that something was capping it, but definitely not impossible. One, two, three, four, five. Just barely enough movement range to stay out of recon vision. We're playing the Andy CO like you're supposed to. It's a medium tank first. Medium tank only. Okay, did you see my previous game on that map? It really showed off. Oh, I didn't in my turn. It really showed off how good Drake's defense is for the boats. Tank up there. Okay. We get to go here. I'll think about that. You are going here, though. Base get for a copter here. This threatens to take this city, which is in no way a real threat. I'd much rather threaten to take the harbor while threatening to interrupt this city. And then this stops them from taking the harbor. And it looks like most of the fighting is happening here, so we'll grab the infantry. There. Looks good. Base skips are, of course, unfortunate, but sometimes it's worth it. I'll probably base skip again next turn. Sonja privilege to get another 10k for another copter infantry. Depends on how much reaction I get out of P1 and Poland. Alright. No worries. Streaming is fun. I think it's a nice and educational to watch me attempt to take turns. Where's that? Oh, this game finished, by the way. Our opponent, I guess, did not want to have to deal with the aftermath of the double time turn, especially against the Samu. It looks like I was just going to hold on to these 2 comm towers for the rest of the game. Base skip means you it's still base skipping if you use your airport, because the airport is something you don't use every turn because of the. So a base skip is whenever you leave a base unbuilt on. Where's that game that I just base skipped in? So this is a base skip. I did not build an infantry there. So that's costing me unit count. Now it's not costing me unit count this turn because I did build a copter, so I still made 2 units this turn. But what I could have done is I could have just built 2 units here, like 2 infantry, and then built this same copter a later turn, and I would be plus in unit count in comparison to what I did, because unless you are constantly building out of your airport every single turn, you are going to end up falling behind in comparative unit count. Because the moment that you stop building a copter, because you're going to be building out your bases every single turn. I don't know if that's making any sense there. Oh, factory, airport, or seaport. Yeah, gotcha. Factory. You don't really call these an airport skip a base skip because copters, because the cheapest units are so expensive. Same with your harbors. Yeah, this game finished, and then this is the game I was mentioning to Hogat, which I think was a fun one. Lots of Drake. Just I have like a really failed attack up here, and then the Sensei attack down here is pretty strong. I try and take this harbor. Investing a lot into it too. I build the battleship. Gets blocked in. I mean, that's totally fine though. And then the sub gets built, and then we just get to watch as the sub tries to kill the battleship. Oh, battleships are full. Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh, we're down to 6. This battleship got to shoot it. Ah, the copters are coming in. Oh, we're still at 6. Oh, we went all the way down to 4. Down to 3. Oh, but the sub runs out of fuel. So sad. The Drake defense is actually... And then there's a lot of stuff happening elsewhere. It's lots of fuel drain. But the global damage is just actually... impossible for Sensei to fight in the end game. Oh, this is a turn I haven't taken. They just finished. They just took this turn. Well, it's going to be for next time. It's time to do replays. I'm already over the 2-hour mark. Here we go. Be right back. I do believe we have some new submitters this time. So they will be covered first. A new submitter privilege. Where's my chat thing? Did I fix it? No. Oh my gosh. What happened? What? What is it even looking at? Oh, there we go. Hopefully that's... I thought it made it all the way to the top. I can do it just like that. Or we can do... I can cut off these. There we go. It seems bigger than usual. Okay, it's a little too big. How does that look? Is that still readable? Yeah, tell us. Eventually I'll have a system in place where I will be adding it to the description beforehand. Oh my gosh. Don't mind me. Looks good? Okay. Gunshots, get down. That was just... I pumped my water into the microphone holder. Thingy. Majiggy. Okay, so we have two new submitters here. They actually just played this game yesterday. Last night, I believe it was live. And we need to put on our fancy bow tie because we're doing replays. Yeah. And these are both newer players to Advanced Wars by Web. I do believe that wild card here, who might have been the submitter. They might be. We'll make them penguins. Has not played Global League yet. They've just been testing the waters in Advanced Wars by Web, but has like 15 years playing the cartridge games. So I imagine there'll be some bad habits, but some also very good knowledge of the units. And Eki over here has is like an 807, I think was the rating. 2 wins and 2 losses. So both very new players. So we're going to be seeing a lot of feedback probably. Whoa. What's that? Why did that happen? Yeah, I'm just going to keep it like this then. Behind the scenes, yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's because this window's not maximized. God, I know what happened. Okay, I'll have to deal with that later, another time. All right, here we go. And I changed the players to penguins and yellow comet for assisting with people who are colorblind. Wildcard does the same as me and waits all the units before ending the turn. And Wildcard did not go straight for the base. This is something that can often happen with people who are new to the competitive scene. And the reason we go for the base right away is because of how important unit count is. Your present and wildcard is currently working. Gotcha. Yeah, wildcard. So down here we see that Eki goes straight for the base, for the neutral base over here, and that's kind of like the meta thing to do. You can choose which one you want to go for. I agree with going with this one. I think that's fair. You're going to be more accelerated in your capture routes on the bottom here. You can also go straight back for the airport as well if you want to do some really early air stuff. Okay, so it looks like Wildcard wants to do some early air stuff, or maybe going for the neutral base now. Neutral base, go up here. Yeah, checks out. This is pretty... Oh. I would say it's pretty standard, but Eki actually does a base skip here. I would not recommend it. Especially early on, the more base skips you do will hurt exponentially more than later ones. Because those early game infantries don't just like go out and capture a single city, they can capture 2 or 3. So you fall really far behind economically. And here we see that Wildcard has a very, very fast artillery that required another base skip, while also not capturing this neutral base. So this is probably... I mean, in this situation, I guess there's 2 things you could be going for. Well, I guess you could be going for the pipe seam breaks, but that doesn't make any sense because the neutral base hasn't been captured. So this is probably going to be trying to kill the black boat that's sitting on the HQ for an HQ rush. Okay. So at this point, Eki is going to be just jumping miles and miles and miles ahead economically and unit count wise, because there's going to be so many more infantry to capture properties with, and it'll give more and more money. And it's going to start kicking in right now because all 3 bases are now fully operational, and this turn Wildcard did not do a base skip. There we go. About 11 to 9. Still 6k to 6k. So the income impact hasn't manifested quite yet. But the artillery is definitely on its way over here. Now with a tank backup. Okay, so looks like this is going to go for the harbor while this one goes for the city. I think this is kind of a little city skip. It's fine. A city skip being your infantry's walking by a city it could have captured. And you usually do this when an infantry right behind that one can go for that same capture, and then you just have this one go for a more forward capture. So the general capture phase here for Eki is looking very solid. You have another artillery and infantry coming out here. And Wildcard ended that turn even in economy, which means that they're probably going to start falling very far behind. It can be kind of iffy because there can be like city skips going on, but in general, you want to be half a turn ahead in every metric in an even game because of how the first turn advantage is balanced out. Okay, that's a fairly fast anti-air, so Eki might have some experience with fighting copters here. My advice, be ahead. I wouldn't say that's necessarily advice as it is a way to tell who's ahead. So right here, Eki ended the turn 2k ahead in income, which is probably about where you would comfortably want to be. But the wildcard here is ending 2k behind, which is really, really bad, and ending a whole unit behind, which is definitely not where you want to be, and that's just because of the bases here. Normally, you wouldn't have these stats in Fog. This would be more of a standard thing that you could be tracking. In Fog, you don't see your opponent's income and unit count. But normally, you would be wanting to end your turn. If there hasn't been any conflict or anything, you'd want to be 1 or 2 units ahead, and you'd want to be ahead in income. They noticed the base. I asked if it was just like they scanned, they missed it in the map scan, but they said they noticed it. They just didn't go for it. I haven't actually seen the game. I just saw the end state. So there's a little bit of a problem going on here. We got quite the congestion of infantry here. So I would in the future send more of them up this back way. Oh. Very, very aggressive artillery that is revealed to this infantry. Not that Wildcard would have known that, but now Eki should know that there's an artillery coming to break that. There's an artillery there, actually, to break the black boat. And when you see that, you just send everything. Absolutely everything over here. You can buy a rocket. Actually, that's probably what you would do. Is you would just buy a rocket, move it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can't be captured. You can also start sending copters. Yeah, the artillery can't see this. Could have revealed it using the tank and then fired here. I have no idea why this infantry is avoiding capturing this. Bases, even if you're not planning to produce from them, they do still produce income, just like a city. So I'm going to assume that Eki didn't watch the replay. Because that is not the response I would give after seeing the artillery. Go into the forest overlooking the black boat on the HQ. Ah, gotcha. But that's why, it's stuff like that is why it's always worth it to hit the replay and just quickly check if anything went through your vision. Interesting. So looks like Wildcard might be trying to set up some sort of like 2-hit wombo combo with the artillery to kill the black boat. Because this one being used to kill this infantry is very weird. But that will, I mean, if I didn't know, if I thought this was an empty forest, I would not think the artillery fired from here to kill this infantry. Normally you would use like this tank and then another infantry to kill that infantry. And then you would, or you just use 2 infantry probably, and have the tank put into position to get vision of the black boat and then just start firing on it. Okay, well, we can see how far ahead Eki is in unit count and value, and well, a little bit in value, but in income here, just because of the having 3 bases and the huge wave of infantry that are on the way. This is actually looking like, even though the response was rather slow, it's still looking like enough to hold. But we'll see what goes on here. Copter, wow. So I would not recommend doing this in fog, because it's very often that your opponent will have an anti-air guarding their stuff. So in general, for your copter, I would recommend using it either as a guard of units, or you can use it to open up a favorable 2-hit KO. Like using copter plus tank to kill a tank, and then having your copter like immersed in units, so that if they use an anti-air to kill your copter, you get to kill the anti-air, and then you have a nice trade of copter for tank anti-air, which is very beneficial for you. That's a fine attack. Okay, it's been revealed. A shot has rung out. I don't know why this artillery went here. I've made this mistake myself on this map against Hogat, where I just put in artillery. I think it might have been in the exact same forest, and I was like, wait a second, now I can't shoot the black boat. But this is very scary. Luckily, this copter can actually reach. It just goes straight up. Probably want to cancel that capture. Probably stand on the mountain to have another unit that could potentially interrupt while also giving vision. Okay. This guy go. Okay, so this reveals. This was revealing this tile, while also revealing the forest, I guess. Goes in for this tank strike. Cover it with this tank, sure. I would move less this way and more this way, because it's just got shot and there's infantry staring at the HQ, so you kind of want to move towards that. Like this guy, instead of going up here, can go here. You could even go here. Like here and here. You just want to be in range of interrupting the HQ. And you could be like worried, well, what if the artillery is right here shooting my HQ? It could shoot my tank. But if it shoots your tank, it's not shooting your HQ. So it's kind of a win. You're kind of in a win-win situation. Copter attacks pipe seam? Okay. So the pipe seam breaking can be good for if you're planning to attack over here. It's much more of a, if the game's kind of slow, time to break pipe seams. If there's an HQ, if you're having HQ pressure going on you, not the time to break pipe seams. I think the tanks can be able to finish this off. Which is really bad news, because I think the only thing in range of interrupting this is actually the 7 health tank. So if this 5 health tank is able to kill this, then yeah. Oh no. This has happened to many a player where an HQ cap just kind of hits you out of nowhere while you're kind of winning everywhere else. Did break the pipe seam though. So you can see, well, it looks like Wildcard's going to win right here. Pop. a pretty well executed HQ rush there. You can see how far behind in the other metrics Wildcard was, because the base was never captured. Shocking turn of events. Feels bad. Feels good for Wildcard, I'm sure. GG. So I liked that Wildcard had a plan going into the game. Looked at the map, said, you know what, I think I can just take that HQ, and went for an HQ race, or HQ rush. And then for Eki, I liked the capture phase a lot more. I think if Eki had survived, or even if this, if Wildcard had just called off this attack, then Eki would have just absolutely dominated, because the sheer number of units and money and income would be pretty much insurmountable for Wildcard. But yeah, if a situation like this happens again, you have to just send everything to your HQ. And when you're going to defend your HQ, you need to move your units directly over there instead of like a little off to the middle and then kind of go over. You lack concern due to the lack of vision? You'd recently been told not to be concerned about black boat health, too. Yeah. The black boats are put on the HQ because the HQ rush is very, very viable. They're meant to slow it down. So the moment your black boat takes damage, you have to react. Ideally, you would react before it even takes damage. But like, if you could imagine this map without the black boats, everyone would just build transports and just gun it straight there. And then they can just block off this tile with their APC, and there's like nothing you can do. But GG. Some up and coming players. We have some more. Some more new submitters actually here. We got P-Dog. I guess we'll do it. Okay. Face to the right and you face to the left. That works. You don't like this map? I have not played on this map yet, but I've seen quite a few games on it. Oh. Fix that guy over there. Okay. It seems like the recon opener is very dominant. Ooh, but P-Dog is not going for the recon opener. And neither is the Lash player. So we have... Oh, never mind. It's just going to be a recon opener on the 1 base side rather than the 2 base side. For Andy. But no recons for Lash. I like the recon over here. Oh, no, it's a little too slow. If it was here a turn earlier, I'd like it more. So that I can interrupt this. The recon from here makes sense to wrap around and hit the 1 base side here. Very aggressively walking forward. Now gets a recon. This is a very late recon. And then we have a tank from P-Dog on the 1 base side. So this is costing P-Dog quite a bit because this city is going to take a while to be captured. So I imagine this guy's gunning for this city. You're gunning for this one, you're gunning for this one. So this is getting neglected quite a bit. Which is pretty much inevitable when you are building a lot of vehicles early on from your 1 base side. Aha! Infantry has been caught. Oh, no. Definitely finish that capture instead of killing off that infantry, because there's other infantry around here that would love to stop you from getting that capture. Okay, the tank's on the way. We got a tank from the 2 base side heading towards the middle. And Lash now has their recon coming to bear, and the tank's out towards the middle. I'm surprised there wasn't a tank that came. There'll probably be a tank bot here. No. Okay. So the tank going out through the middle means that all of this is still pretty exposed. Luckily, the recon can't actually see this base. But this is a fairly safe attack to go for. And interestingly, Lash did not stop this capture, so P-Dog kind of got away with that. Tank also heading out to the middle here. Goes and sits on the comm tower. I'm not a huge fan of that. Comm tower is already being denied by this tank, so I'd rather just like hit this guy. It's out of range of where the tank could be reinforcing from, and they probably didn't build a tank on the previous turn over here, which would be now here. Could also hit this infantry. That's also out of range of a built tank. Okay, goes for the copter. Makes sense. Didn't go for this capture, being very, very patient, which is going to pay off because now this is going to be a very vulnerable infantry to attack. Oh, true. There has been some mech stuff. That's true. That's fair. If it's a worry about the mech, then I can understand. Very brave infantry. Is that covered by a tank? It's not even covered by a tank. Okay, we'll see what P-Dog does here, but there's some pretty good options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, it doesn't quite reach to hit this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy barely blocks for this recon. Oh, weird. Okay, so I would expect here that this was built up to deny this capture. And so these 3 infantry are just gonna like slam in here, take it out. But decides to be much more defensive. Where's this guard? Okay, that's fine. If the copter was able to cover this tile, I would definitely attack it with a tank. Looks like Andy's not sure what to do with this tank. It's just kind of sitting in the middle here. It could I guess it was just trying to get vision of this city. Yeah, no early AA is a little worrying for both players. The airport's very strong on this map because it skips the rivers. All right, Lash is charging in here. That is a very sketchy attack. Oh my gosh. Well, I would recommend not usually being quite so aggressive with the infantry. I believe P-Dog is going to get some really good punishes here. Just preserve these infantry for the healing powers. Take out the recon. Could instead take out the recon from the road if you want to, and then hit this infantry from the city with your own infantry, because there is a tank covering your tank with infantry backup. So I would prefer if this infantry covers this infantry for the ongoing infantry fight that's going to happen, which it doesn't quite do here. We have a dreaded plus attack. I do like the attack coming in over here. Poor recon goes down. It's going to cost this tank its life. Probably. Oh my gosh. The infantry value with these Lash aggressive strikes. Now a full health infantry needs to finish this off. Otherwise, or it's probably not worth to do that though. You just kind of retreat. But now this is going to be another unit for Andy that can run back. And that one's not going to make it, but that's okay. Yeah, so you're really in a tough spot there, because if you let the 1 health infantry survive, it can just retreat and heal up. But if you like move forward with your full health infantry when you're already outnumbered, then you can end up losing a full health infantry for a 1 health infantry, which is definitely not a good trade. Anti-air is on the way, but it's not there yet. And with more tanks coming to back this up, I would definitely go for the tank, or the copter tank strike on this sea tank. Yeah, just clean up all of these infantry that you can. Yep, just like that. Sadly, this anti-air is also slow to respond, but this copter doesn't have nearly as juicy of targets as this one. Okay, you don't get the roll. Totally fine. Lash can heal that up, but it's not nearly as... Whoa! So Lash can heal this up, but it has to be done through repairs rather than big heals through the powers. This is a little risky. Because of course it's moving past your front lines just a little bit, but the main thing is that it's being used to kill just a 4 health infantry to do that, which is not worth the risk. Because if you were against like someone who doesn't get additional firepower boosts, then it's less risky. But against Lash, if they just tank here and then tank from the plains, you'll lose your tank. Which is what you don't want. Because the extra firepower from attacking from the cities. In this case, there's also an artillery staring at that, which makes it even worse. See how strong that Lash day-to-day is. That was without comm tower. And the infantry keeping up these conflicts. This is still looking pretty good for Andy infantry-wise. Which is very good. Now for like a 2 health tank, that's perfect. You can, and also for like 1 health infantry. Ideally you want to get your units up to either 5 or 6 health, so that they're at full when you use the Andy Super. 4 will guarantee you get your max value, but you will also be at 9 rather than at 10, which is more important than getting like a tiny bit more value out of the heal. So I'd rather repair up to 6 than stay at 4. Nice little attacks going on here. And all of these infantry engagements are definitely beneficial for Andy because it kind of leaves your infantry at these nice 5, 6, 8, 7, 4, all these really nice HP totals for the future heal. 4 is not as nice, but there we go, healing and repairing this guy up. That's still pretty good, because not only will this heal them up to full so they're stronger for fighting, it will heal them up to full so they can start capturing more efficiently again. Which can be absolutely devastating. And here comes the first Andy big tank indeed. Medium. The copter is gonna suffer for that. It's always hard to tell when you should continue attacking with a copter on the front and when you should retreat with them or front switch with them. I would say don't stay longer than 2 turns on a front in the early game. You can definitely expect an anti-air to be in place to deal with you. So ideally you like hit one place, they respond, have to send anti-airs over there or build anti-airs for there, and then you move over to the other front and they have to respond over there too. Here comes the hyper upgrade, which was not going to be a ton of value because it's mostly infantry. So value-wise, it was like 10k, but HP-wise, it was a ton. Yep, and Andy gets the city because of the super as well. Which is a nice Andy tech. The Andy infantry are almost like Sammy infantry. You have to, if the super's on the table, you have to hit them below 5. So, yeah, you can see how strong it is. And this is pretty common occurrence when Andy's been having some really good infantry brawls, and then the super comes on, and then suddenly a ton of captures start happening. And you can see the unit count shift is huge. We'll see what this Prime Tactics can do. Does clear that one off, which is nice. It will reveal this anti-air, but it's not going to die because, of course, this is attacking from road. Goes for the capture here. So we're getting some kills from Lash here with the extra firepower that Prime Tactics gives. Unfortunately, this tank got trapped. But at the end of Lash's turn, still behind by 4 whole units and almost even in unit value is not looking good. All part of the plan, yeah. But yeah, Andy does also benefit a lot from having more money, which is why in high funds, Andy is like as strong as Von Bolt and like Javier, because when you've got more big units that don't die as easily but also generate lots of charge, and then you heal them all for 5, give them +1 movement, give them more firepower, you just get a lot done. And yeah, it does always feel bad when you have to attack from roads with Prime Tactics. I'm not quite sure why this tank is running. It's at full health. And there's a tank on the road over here. Yeah, you don't need to run here. So in this situation, what you do is you've pretty much killed all the infantry over here. So you just start capping the city, you completely surround the copter, you slam into this tank and you use some infantry to hit it too, and then as this anti-air heals up, it can just kill the copter. But retreating is also fine. It's just when you have so many infantry that to block the way, you can be much more aggressive. Okay. It's pretty nice little, you can see how nice the little 2-hit combos are. It's important to hit with the copter first and then the tank, so that you get the least amount of damage on retaliation as possible. Unless you're trying to build up charge, in which case you go with the tank first. So it looks like Lash caught up a tiny bit in unit count there and started falling farther behind in unit value. Actually, he has managed to stay even in where he lives. The income somehow, which is impressive. So many captures were threatened. Medium tank. Bang. So if you go back to this choice over here between capturing or between interrupting the capture that's at 12 with an 8 health and interrupting this one that's at 2 with a 9 health on it, you definitely go for this one. This is not going to finish next turn, so you can always kill it next on the following turn. This one would finish, so I would stop this one. Plus you get to attack from the forest. Okay. So I like the anti-airs moving with kind of a defensive formation. I would prefer if there was something in front of it, but I don't know if there was actually a possibility of that. Lash gets this city, which probably feels pretty good. It's a possibility that Lash may be able to keep it. It's going to be tough because it's in range of an airport. But since they managed to get it, always the potential of keeping it, although an anti-air would need to be over there on the double. Was the 9 health out of vision? If so, then I take it back. Oh, it was. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, we're diving in. So, diving in is usually not recommended. When you're close to your super, it can be more recommended. Because the anti-super is, of course, really, really good. We'll see. Okay. So that was an attack that you would have to wait for your super to get. I think that might have been 0% chance of getting. Yeah, I definitely would have done like that attack over here first. Because if you get that kill, which I think you would with the super, then the medium tank can come in and kill this anti-air. It says it's going to go after the artillery, which is fine. More nice infantry engagements down here. And you can start taking the city. We're blocking. Sure, sure. So this is definitely an overextension over here. Killing the artillery helps for keeping this medium tank alive, but you've got to be pretty much expecting that all of these tanks will die. Oh, never mind. Lash has decided to resign. I think that's probably fair. There was absolutely no presence from Lash over here, and down just so many units. The only infantry on the field are over here and right here. So even if Lash manages to fend this off, there'll be no way of taking properties. Lash tanks should be able to take on the MD? No. They could do some damage, but they won't kill it. And it will just run back. And all of the tanks that you invest hitting the MD aren't hitting the much more vulnerable tanks. Tickle it down. See, I think P-Dog did a very good job with all of those infantry fights. Lash kind of overextended for the infantry fights, but they're very good for Andy, where you get to kill some infantry and then just have a bunch of yours at very healable HP counts. And we have another one that's new. A new viewer? Or a new submitter? From AutoSpinCurb. Hey, it's got Maruf. We've seen Maruf before. Go right there, looks good. Maruf returns. Okay. Both of these names are quite odd. AutoSpinCurb. Yeah, sounds like a skateboarding trick. Okay, so this is a classic. It's Eagle versus Max. The matchup that both COs hate the most. Well, I don't know about that. I think Eagle hates fighting Eagle the most, and Max hates fighting Eagle the most. Everyone just hates fighting Eagle. That's just how it is. But Max can run into a lot of troubles if Max kind of slams in, but kills a lot of stuff, but not enough stuff, and then just gets heavily punished. And then the game transitions into the late game, and Eagle just wins because, I mean, Lightning Strike is Lightning Strike. Looks like Maruf is going to go with tank opening, while AutoSpinCurb goes with single recon opener. Okay. It isn't going to go through the center like we've seen quite a few times. It's going to go straight over to the side, which I like. Unfortunately, doesn't actually see capture go down. I don't know if there was a way to get that. I guess it wouldn't matter. Does get to see that drop off though, which is really nice, and has a city to strike from. So that's a very happy recon. Whoa, this tank did not move. So a tank that doesn't move, usually in fog, usually means that could have been a tank that was just built a turn later and just showed up there this turn rather than last turn. Unless it was just missed. If it's actually where it wants to be, then it should probably have been an infantry. So that was a really good strike for AutoSpinCurb, who wants to delay the economy of Maruf as much as possible. And then the artillery buys for Maruf are very good because Eagle likes artillery, and the artillery can also help against Max being very aggressive. This recon's definitely going to kill this guy off. At least it should. It gets to go smack with the infantry follow-up. Looks like AutoSpinCurb is thinking about it. There we go. I would actually, I think I would prefer to hit from... It's fine. I guess I would hit from here. Because having an infantry finish it off from here means they can go for this capture next turn. Of course, I guess hitting from here means you can go for this capture next turn, but this one is not very likely to get. So there's absolutely no vehicle support for down here, but that is okay, because this this pressure will probably draw the forces to move up here, and both players can kind of just rely on having nothing but infantry down here. It's a very dangerous move from Maruf, because the recon's going to see that tank enter that forest. And Max loves to get first strikes. So this could very easily spiral into a very quick Max victory. Oh, never mind. I was thinking that there wasn't a way to interrupt this anymore, but no, this infantry can still interrupt this. And then I imagine the recon interrupts over here. So this is looking very, very good for AutoSpinCurb. Kind of got exactly what the single recon could ever have dreamed of. Why is it not interrupting this capture? Okay, well, that's definitely a mistake. There's lots of, like, the whole army's over here, so the recon should feel at liberty to take any strike it wants. You can see how the difference when you have that extra firepower, so you actually take less from the retaliation. Plus, it's from a missile platform, so Eagle's follow-up attack is not going to be enough to break the Max tank. The Max down here has to be very cautious because there's nothing supporting these units. Here's the copter on the way. Interesting. So you don't have to run with this tank. In fact, I probably wouldn't. You go, this tank hits this one. Actually, probably what you do, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, is you have your 2 infantry hit this tank in the forest from here, and then you wrap around and finish it off from down here, and then this tank can hit this tank on the city from the missile platform. Okay. Could also, if you want, do like a sacrifice here. Tank hits here. This tank goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finishes this tank off, and then you have infantry strike, infantry strike, infantry strike, which will probably kill this tank. And then you can also go for these captures at the same time. All right, we're starting to see some support coming down. This is a really nice tile to harass from, because if anything wants to hit you back, if it's not an infantry that can step onto this mountain, they will have to step onto this city, which will deny the capture. I'm not sure why AutoSpinCurb is so against capturing this city. Okay. So this is looking very good for Max, but only if Max keeps up the pressure, which is why you would do all those attacks. Because even with some like early game harassment that turns out pretty nicely, if Eagle is able to transition the game into a fairly even mid-game, then Max can definitely run into a lot of trouble. And it looks like Eagle might be able to do it. Because Max is definitely overextending a bit here. So when Eagle has one of these like death balls set up, you really want to wait till you have your power for the most part to break it. You just like keep track of it and then move all your like tanks in range. You pop your power and then you can go for a complete wipeout. Interesting. Okay. So it hits the tank on the city, probably to either use a tank or copter to finish it off and then strike down or up from it. Doesn't look like that's happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that works. Okay. It's a little awkward because these tanks have now been separated from the rest of the fighting force, so that's something that Max can easily take advantage of. Basically, because these are mostly direct combat units, so if you go after these ones, if Max goes after this force that's mostly indirects and one copter, then these tanks can come and support it. Plus, this is further into Eagle's territory, which is bad to go after. But if Max goes after this part of the army, then all of these indirects are not going to be able to help. So here comes the Max force. Imagine. So I'm not a huge fan of attacking from there, because it's kind of where the only place this tank could attack from, but not the worst thing in the world. For the copter, sure. It's unfortunately going to get hit by this anti-air, but couldn't have known. It's very likely to be covered by an anti-air, but it is not for sure. So I would say for AutoSpinCurb, I do like repairing the injured units, but don't be afraid to use them. Like, injured units can still hit stuff. Especially when it comes to finishing off units. Or you can use them for sacrificial attacks. And this is kind of how this matchup goes, where usually Max will get a pretty nice advantage early on. But so long as Eagle is able to just somewhat survive, they can have a pretty devastating lightning strike. Although, as Eagle, you really don't want to just throw units forward like that. They can be easily picked off. Because the more units you have, just the better your lightning strike will be. Even if they're just infantry, they can go for captures or get in the way. The lightning strike is almost in range. Eagle is quite far behind. A very nice thing Max has been doing is putting a lot of pressure on the sides, where there's a lot of economy. And if Eagle has to overinvest in the middle to hold the line, then yeah, you can kind of pick them apart by taking out the sides, which is kind of what ends up winning the game. More so than how the center brawl actually ends. Was almost there. Max sadly does not have a power available. Okay. There's a recon now. A part of Eagle Super and Fog is that a lot of it relies on having good vision. Looks like we're going to dive in over here, which is totally fine. There's definitely some really nice tank kills to get. Oh, there's another recon over here. Okay, definitely use the recon first. Yeah, like this tank could have hit this infantry. I guess then this recon couldn't hit this infantry, but yeah. We're diving on in. So this artillery probably wants to move here to shoot at this tank to set that up for a kill. And then this artillery can move over here and shoot this 5 health tank. Shooting that tank is also good. Getting some pretty decent damage down here during the lightning strike. Going for this capture. Okay. It can be very tricky to kind of assign all of your units correctly in a lightning strike to get maximal damage done. Looks like Eagle didn't want to mess with pushing too far in here. Still kind of pushed in quite a bit, but wants to keep all the units relatively close together. So that's that hurt, as to be expected. But Max isn't really that far behind in unit count here. Does go straight for the max blast. We'll see what can get done here. I imagine we're gonna have copter hits copter, anti-air hits copter. The only thing this copter can hit is this infantry. Okay. Hey, Eagle copter's being beefy. Okay. Didn't fly its full range, which is a little weird. But I do agree with sending it down here to try and stabilize this front. And we just run on in. take one of these nice little tank strikes. I'm not a huge fan of putting the tank there because it's kind of farther away from my stuff and closer to my opponents. So even though it's plains instead of road, I think attacking from here is probably safer. You can also help blocking with this infantry, which it might still do just from here instead, or it might go for this attack, which would be good. Or it's just going down here. Okay. So we'll see how much Eagle gets done here. The counter super from Max definitely didn't hurt nearly as much as Eagle super, as is pretty typical of this interaction. But it's still very possible for Eagle to kind of overstay their welcome, because all of your units that you used your lightning strike on are extra far away from your reinforcements. They got a double turn in there, so there's going to be a void, or like a gap of a turn where you just won't get resupplied, while your opponent will. So it's very easy to overstay your welcome after an Eagle super. It looks like might have just happened. Anti-air gets hit pretty hard. Tanks are still coming in. Looks like Eagle has one more turn. Might just want to get this city and then leave. That's what their plan was. It's Eagle! It's brutal when your opponent knows where 90% of your army is. Yeah. Information is a very big deal in Fog. Okay. Okay. Eagle's getting a little greedy there. Let's see if this stuff runs. It looks like it's not really running. You can see there's been a kind of a huge lack of reinforcements for this, where Max has just been building up more and more. So at this point, Max can just kind of run this whole thing over. Then Eagle will be in kind of a tight spot. Eagle Super is really good, but if you lose your whole army, it gets a lot worse. Recons are good. 2 recons are 1 tank, which oftentimes 2 recons are better than 1 tank in Fog because of all the vision. In Standard, they're often better than 1 tank in the very early game, because 1 tank can only be 1 spot, where 2 recons can be in 2. They both beat up infantry just as well. But if it's a straight up vehicle fight, then you'd much rather have 1 tank than 2 recons. Losing your whole army is bad? Yeah, it's true. It's true. The hot takes. Look, you gotta be reminded sometimes. Even top-level players will just go and lose their whole army. Okay. I'll say for Max, I think much more property capturing is what I would recommend. With the infantry, because Max really wants to have kind of constant brawls going on with Eagle to try and keep the unit counts fairly low. And the best way to do that is you put infantry capturing cities, and then your opponent has to respond, and then you have a nice little brawl start from that. Ooh, that's a great little vision play. Eagle's busting on through here, almost. The wall is holding. Hold. Ah. Wall's broken. That's very nice. I think Eagle's been having some very solid artillery placement and walling for them throughout the game. There is an anti-air here. Max doesn't have enough charge for a power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But if Max does get charged for a power, that can be a pretty decent blowout. Okay, look at that. We got 2 cities here. Better start capping them. Okay, good. Okay, the anti-air. Well, the anti-air was already known, but it is now in vision. At this point, I probably wouldn't have gone in, because most of the units have already moved, so using the power here is going to be missing out on a lot of value, and probably putting the units in a very sketchy situation as well. Okay, no, just start this capture instead, please. So we are going to go in and take out this anti-air. Lives at 1, which is unfortunate. You got to keep in mind as Max here is that this does set up Eagle for a super. You get the classic, I use a normal power, you use a super dynamic. Trades, I guess. Is this guy 1200? I don't think so. I think the early game was a little sketchy. 1200s are usually pretty good. I would say Eagle is handling the supers pretty well for getting to them. We've seen quite a few replays where some Eagle players just miss on the charge. I'm not quite sure why that was a Neo-Tank build. If we want to think, so this is something that you can do as Eagle with super, is you can build a unit, and you can build vehicles, and then you use your super and they get to act immediately. So what would you want to do here? Well, the only production facility, okay, well, there's also the harbor, but the only production facility I see that has an immediate use would be this airport. So definitely build a battle copter. It can then strike this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 takes out the tank. You could also, yeah, you can go copter, recon, and then use your super, and then go infantry. You get a huge boost to your unit count, which is nice. So this is where Max runs into trouble over here. Kind of dove in with the normal power and gets blown out by the lightning strike. I'm pretty sure this anti-air is known about, so I'm not sure why this copter ran up there. So this is a pretty good spot overall for Max. pretty much any time that an eagle lightning strikes you and you don't immediately lose the game, you can be like, okay, I'm doing okay. I'm still alive. Life could be worse. Because that's one of the powers that games just end. There is, of course, a very strong presence down here, which is scary. But Max is responding to it. We got lots and lots and lots of tanks and battlecopters. It's kind of what Max dreams would be the only composition in games. Do not know what's going on with this battlecopter. One, two, three, four, five, six. You can move it back here if you want. No, you can't. This tank is not actually in range. Now, ideally, you would move it to a spot where you could punish an anti that goes after you. So I guess it's fair to go after this tank. It's a target. You could also stop the city cap if you wanted to. Boom. In comes the Neo tank. And Max's world was never the same. So the best way for Max to deal with a Neo tank is usually a Neo tank of his own, or a huge copter swarm, or a bomber, or you can go double medium tank and get it on a power. I would say the most common options for Max are just like 4 copters that zoom in and take it out, dunk, 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 or just another Neo tank. Other COs can kind of bait it in and take it out with artillery. But Max does not really have that option. Goes with another Neo tank to Neo tank. Yes. Eagle getting these properties is very, very good. We'll see Eagle's able to hold them. But with these captures, once this capture finishes, they will be even in economy, and if this one also gets captured, then Eagle will actually get ahead in economy. Okay. So we'll see what Max decides to do here. Usually if you see a Neo tank get built, you just hit anywhere anywhere that Neo tank isn't. But unfortunately what happened was the place where the Neo tank isn't kind of beat up Max a lot. And the Neo tank showed up where Max's army was. The rest of Max's army was. So see how this goes. If Eagle's Neo tank survives to the super, it can be pretty devastating. If Max gets a super, then this Neo tank will one-shot the other Neo tank on kind of neutral terrain. Where did Eagle's South Army go? A lot of it just moved into the middle here. They went home. We don't really want to stay in one place. Ooh, nice. A nice hit on the artillery is going to cost that copter its life. So we'll see. It looks like Max is following the front switch with just minimal vehicle investment in the bottom with some infantry backup, which is really nice. This is kind of what you want to do to win those fronts that we saw Max doing earlier on in the game, working out very effectively. I don't like the anti-air being so close to the front lines. Okay, now it does have a waller, but the waller is on shoal. You gotta be really careful when you're moving up towards someone like this and they're getting close to their super, especially if it's Max or if it's Eagle, because they can definitely wipe out an army that's a little too far forward. Okay, so this looks very good for Max. The Neotank is staring at a Neotank on planes. So with Super, I'm pretty sure this has... I don't know if it's a guaranteed one-shot, but it's very close. Eagle Bombers would be good. Oh. Good for the Max Force. I don't think that's enough to one-shot. The Neotank, but we'll see what happens. Okay, I don't like this because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is cannibalizing your strikes, your targets. The only thing that this tank can hit is this infantry, so there's no reason to use the infantry to clear that out. Okay, Max, please go for the captures. Okay, yeah, this just brings it down to 2, but the tank can finish it off. I don't like that. So the tile that a tank could finish this off from is right here. Because ideally you'd have a tank striking this tank from the city and a tank striking this artillery, or this anti-air from this plains. So blocking off the finish off tile with a 1 health copter doesn't feel great. Ooh, okay. Well, that also kills it, but now there's still a full health tank here that's going to hurt. But on the bright side, Max does have a surviving Neotank from this, and the Eagle artillery is not in range to do a move and shoot with the super to kill it. Often what will happen with like Neotanks and medium tanks against Eagle is 2 artillery during an Eagle super can move up in range and then just kill them. Or, of course, you can use an Eagle Bomber, which can kill 2 Neotanks in a lightning strike. Okay. It's a little of a weird place for the artillery, but okay. Okay, we're not seeing a lightning strike this turn. We do have the bomber, though. Okay. So that's a really, really good buy. That would be too clever. You could definitely do that. You could go bomber, lightning strike, kill anti-air. That's something that gets done. Okay, Max is being a little smart. Definitely time to run away with the Neotank. Okay, this is kind of baiting out a lightning strike. It's like you can hit these guys, but then the majority of my forces survive. It can be risky to do though, because lightning strike happens at the end of the turn, so Eagle can always just hit those units and then not lightning strike. This is what happens here, and then you just kind of go down in value. Please start capturing these cities. No. Take it. Okay, we're diving on in, get some damage done. I imagine we're gonna get more anti-air because this one's probably gonna die. I do not understand. I don't know what this infantry is hoping to do. If it's sitting in the forest, maybe it's thinking I'm going to trap a vehicle that's going to try to run through and interrupt this. Okay, so Max is very far ahead here in unit count and unit value. And even is starting to get up to full power charge again. Whoa. That's a very dangerous move unless you're using your lightning strike to have the bomber hit from the outside or towards your opponent's side like that. So you do indeed have the lightning strike. This is a little bit of a sketchy one because there isn't great vision of the targets. Did get this nice hit on this anti-air, so the bomber is a lot safer than it would be. Oh, and Max did not build another anti-air after this attack. Something I like about Eagle is goes for captures. It's going to great play. Okay. Now, after this lightning strike, though, this is another case of Max is like, oh, I'm not dead after a lightning strike. I'm actually doing totally fine. So the game will probably end shortly after that. The tank can come down here and help deal with the vehicles that are trying to stop these captures. I don't like sending anti-airs in, but I understand why they did it. And the reason I don't like sending anti-airs in like that is because they get so much value out of being repaired. This is totally fine. Oh, Max did not send another tank down here. I see. Still fine. You can just continue these captures and then hit the vehicles. And then the vehicles, like this guy, can of course take out this infantry. And then that puts the vehicles in a really rough spot because they either have to deal with the vehicles attacking them, or they have to go for just infantry capturing properties. And if they go for just infantry capturing properties, they might end up just losing the fight. Okay. You can see how much pressure. Sadly, there's like very little support for these guys, but you can see how much pressure just capturing properties puts on. So like here, yeah, don't remove these guys. You just keep capturing. Because as soon as you remove those guys, now your opponent doesn't care about your infantry, and they just have a vehicle to contend with. Whoa. That is so risky. I thought the bomber was like, okay, I did some damage, time to fall back for the next lightning strike. But like, that is unblocked in vision. Okay. So Max has super. So that's just a dead bomber. Just uses the normal power because that's all that was required to reach the bomber. Makes sense. You need a lot of pickoffs here. Neo tank comes down here. Beat up that poor anti-air. This is starting to look like GG. Not sure why there's an infantry just hiding in here, but that's okay. Losing that bomber hurt a lot because that was the main strike force for Eagle, as well as Eagle's only answer to this Neo tank. Okay, if I have a choice between these two properties, I would probably go for this property because this one is closer to this army right here. You have another max force. The advantage of using a normal power over using the super. Of course, you get to retain some charge. That was a pretty weak max force, though. I think it was used just to kill a copter. Is that right? Infantry, copter, that's it. Yeah, okay, I would not use a max force to just do that. But I think it's okay. At this point, Maruf has finally run out of units. You can see how tough that is. It's a tough matchup. Is there a reason not to use the super if it's available over this? No, it's not right. So if we look here, someone trolled you indeed. So if like Eagle has 115,250 charge, and the normal consumes 43,200. So if you use the normal, you'll just subtract that amount from the total, but then the total amount of charge you need for the next power you use does go up by 20%. So while you do you retain all of your leftover charge, the amount you need for the next power goes up. So it's gonna look like you lose some charge when you do it, but you don't lose any charge when you use your normal power rather than the super. It's just that the cost goes up for your next power, regardless of if you use your normal power or super. There's some good tactics there. I think Max's main thing that I was really getting irritated at is just not putting on the pressure with taking the cities. And Eagle was a little too careless with the units at quite a few times. But Eagle did a great job of putting on the pressure on the cities. King displeased. Okay, we have another new submitter. There's 4. We've got Jokin. Their opponent's Humble Roger is already the Penguin, so Jokin gets to be yellow comment. Okay. We have Rachel against Kindle, a classic matchup. Fluffy's not a new submitter, no. I don't think so. Hey, Fluffy, why don't I see you in my Discord conversations? Oh, it's because you're not Fluffy. Yeah, Fluffy is not a new submitter, but I can try and get through this game quick enough that I can do Fluffy's game too. You never see his games. We've seen 4 of Fluffy's games. Unless I never covered the Grim Mirror. I think I did. Here we go. Jokin versus Humble Roger. So, Rachel's day-to-day repairs 3 HP instead of 2 from setting up properties. And Kindle's normal power, Urban Blight, does 3 damage to everything on the property. This is indeed from a tourney. This is from Silvera's tourney. Humble Roger is Humble God's cousin? I don't think so. Maybe. So it's mostly a counter. It's kind of a counter to Kindle's Urban Blight. It does mean that Rachel will pay more in repair costs after an Urban Blight, but all of Rachel's units will be fighting at full power, so it's usually worth it. And on this map, there's often some kind of stalling situations on the sides here, which we might not end up seeing because Humble Roger's putting on some very early aggression. And then there's also a big old contested brawl in the center to control these comm towers, which Kindle is going to have a very nice advantage in. This pipe seam here can be broken to allow like direct pressure on this comm tower. It looks like, from what I see here, it looks like Jokin is kind of set up to get this comm tower and then probably try and deny this comm tower. I don't know how long they'll be able to do it. There is some Kindle tech where Kindle's artillery on a city will 2-shot a pipe seam. And if this pipe seam goes down, then it's very easy to deny this forever. Kindle decides not to deny it. Could have gone in and hit here. And then kind of let the game revolve around this fight right here. But mostly it seems like they hand shook in the middle. And then on the sides they both had a tank strike on that city infantry. Triple RD seems like a blunder. I don't know if it's a blunder. It's definitely very very defensive. I think it's probably more of a mid-game play. So from here, this tank is covering against this, or not to say, this artillery is covering against this tank, but it's also threatening to break down this pipe seam. And this is why the sides really stall out. It's because you bring in artillery over here, and then it's just like 3 or 4 tiles wide, so you can very easily wall it off. Sorry, Shadow, your game has not been covered. We've actually only covered new submitters games so far. We had 4 new submitters. Okay. Looks like this tank was used to hit this pipe seam. Which isn't, doesn't actually do anything. Is this just 2 shots it anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I guess the tank just wanted to be there anyway. Stall is definitely starting to develop on the sides. And kind of in the middle too. There's also a nice airport and city back here. So the first player that, if these stall out, then the first player that can afford to get a black boat to get these properties, especially this airport, juicy airport, will have a nice advantage. In fact, for Humble Roger, I think they would have been better off not getting a medium tank here. They could get another artillery, or they get the tank and then a black boat, while sending this infantry here. Would have been pretty good. Watch that tank run out of ammo. Whoops. Okay. Apparently Jokin's gonna attack here. Sure, that's not... I would not suggest that attack. So the problem with that attack is, for one, you just get a 6/6, but it's also that attack against a Rachel player. So while you did 4 damage and took 4 damage, this tank is going to heal up to 9 and then hit you. Or move. So you'll only net 1 health loss. Although there will be some fun drains. Some funds drained. And the artillery here is trying to stop the tank from just standing there and killing. But if I'm looking at this, I think maybe this tank's just in the way. There might be a way that Humble Roger can just bust through all of this and have this tank hit this artillery. Doesn't look like it, but this is also fine, because now the artillery is going to be in a rough spot. Oh, nothing can stand in front of it either, except the infantry. It's now in a rough spot where it can shoot this tank, but it has to stay where it is when it does that. Humble Roger very, very upset with themselves right now that they put their tank here last turn. If their tank had been here, then artillery plus medium tank means the tank can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably go here actually and hit an infantry. Instead, it had to move back to the medium tank to finish this off. So another thing that's important to note about this matchup is that Rachel's missiles, and if for one, if they're in a brawl where there aren't very many properties to strike from, then Rachel is just way stronger. But also, Rachel's missiles make a huge difference in these very clumped up fights. So as long as Rachel kind of goes even in a fight like this, the missiles will cause the Rachel player to just immediately win. And yeah, don't build artillery when you need immediate reinforcements to fights. You build artillery when... That was a horrible... Okay, well, horrible is a little harsh. But there's an artillery staring at that. So you're going to take a lot of damage. So if you're trying to think about when should I build artillery, you can build them before a fight happens to kind of set them up in positions, and then you can also build them when you are about to run away from a fight so that your army can retreat into fortified artillery positions. But if you're in an ongoing fight and you need reinforcements, you want to use direct units that can move and attack on the same turn and also have more movement. Alright, it's not that bad. It really depends on what gets built here. The nice thing about this for Rachel is that this heals up in 2 turns. Back up to 10. For other players, they would have to sit here and heal for 3 turns. For Rachel, it's just 2 turns. Okay. So this is not nearly as good as it looks. It's like, aha, I've got you in a base lock. But this is an artillery sitting on the road. And it can just get... like an artillery can get built here. And then this artillery can move over here. And then it's got 2 artillery staring at it. Okay, so this medium tank makes this a lot stronger. Because now a tank can't just go up here and smack this. Okay, I'm not sure why these units moved over here. What? So definitely time to just retreat. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there's a very scary urban blight coming. Oh. Well, Roger is going in, looking for the missiles, I assume. This is going to hurt a lot. Well, Humble Rogers is about to be very much overcharged. But might be able to get this bomb tower out of it. Urban Blight. Don't like that attack. Oh, never mind, it's fine. Medium tank can hit here instead. So building the artillery here would have worked, but you have to have another artillery. You need 2. Try and protect the 1 health arty. Alright, just decide not to go in with a medium tank. That's also totally fine. Goes in, takes out this infantry. Now nothing can stop this capture except for infantry missile that hits right here. Where does it hit? It's right here. Assuming Humble Roger takes out the infantry up here. Oh no, it doesn't hit. It's over here. This is 4. Or this is just 3. Oh, yeah, it does hit over here. Okay. And value. Oh no. Value hit here. Wow. Very impressive that there was not a group of 4 units anywhere else. There's a bigger group of units over here, but these guys are just at 1. Very impressive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So could have tried to impact this. I don't know if that would have moved the health missile over here. Probably not. But that was very good use of a magnet from Jokin there. And if your opponent sets up a really good magnet, delete oof is the play, I think. Delete infantry. Let me hit this one. Another thing, Humble Roger could have tried to shoot this tank to make the value missile hit somewhere else, although the value one hitting there. But if you see that your opponent has a magnet set up for you that's really strong, you can always use Lucky Lass instead. It's pretty solid. Humble Roger is behind in unit value because should be ending roughly half a turn ahead, of course, but is quite far ahead in unit count, which is really good. How this goes. Jokin does have both comm towers now. Still, neither player has gone for the island, which would put a lot of pressure on the opponent because now copters would be in play. Yeah, if you want to check where the missiles are landing, you can go to the move planner, which is like up here-ish on the screen usually. And there's a little drop down for show powers. And you'll go down to the Rachel Super, and then you'll hit the button that says Show Missiles, and that will tell you where each one's hitting. And we're falling back with Humble Roger. But the thing about Rachel's Super is that the first one is usually pretty easy to use a magnet on, but as the game goes on, it gets harder and harder to magnet them in a way that that really stops them. So this was used as, there was an Urban Blight. I assume this is just to delay the comm tower, which can definitely be a risky play to use a power just for that. I did get that kill too. Okay, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Urban Blight. We'll see if using it is enough to stop this from going through. Apparently it was. In that case, it's a lot better. And Humble Roger resigns after that. So in that case, it's a very good Urban Blight. But as you can see how the game kind of progresses after that first missile is now like all of the sides are kind of wiped out of a lot of infantry and a lot of stuff just kind of groups up facing against each other in the middle. So if Humble Roger was able to survive this for just like a couple more turns, they would get the missile power and there would be like multiple medium tanks all in the middle, and the super will hit. It'll be really hard to make the super not just get a ton of value. Must have been a timeout. That wasn't a timeout. If it's a timeout, it says it's a draw. It's definitely not a great position for Humble Roger. It's probably still playable because Rachel Super though. And P-Dog, you're welcome for the review. I thought you played pretty well. Seems winnable. It's a little rough being down both comm towers. It does a lot of psychological damage. We'll cover Fluffy's game. And then that will be the last one for the stream. It's a Sonja mirror. Everyone's favorite. Looking at this with chat. There we go. Pain times 2. Fluffy isn't here. Fluffy left. Wow. Absolute disrespect. Yeah. You call a Sonja Mirror a staring contest? I don't think I know this map. It is a Z game, it's not a League game. And I mainly play League games. In fact, I don't know if I've ever joined a Z game. Wow. Fluffy with the city skip. Doesn't seem worth it to me, but Fluffy's got some secret Sonja tech here. Okay. A fast recon from Xirema, which can be very good for harassment. Can actually shut down the city skip that Fluffy went for. Oh no. Recon's here. Is that the best spot I could go for? 1, 2, 3. Oh, look at that. This recon is playing around the Sonja infantry. Xirema knows this mirror matchup. Not messing around. Infantry thought it was safe. It's been revealed that it's not. But I bet Fluffy's gonna build a tank here. Tank. Okay. The recon strikes at this infantry. Only does 4 damage because it's, of course, a Sonja recon. So now this infantry heals up to 8. Infantry heals up to 8. And if it wants, it can just stand here. And if the recon doesn't hit it, it will heal up to 10. I probably would do that. Because this 8 health infantry is going to capture this in 3 turns. We're healing up to 10, and then capturing it also take 3 turns. But instead of having an 8 health infantry at the end, you'll have a 10 health infantry. Which is a lot better. I'm sure yellow isn't fluffy. Plays a lot like fluffy. I mean, this could be a fluffy alt. And they just both joined the Z game, and this is Fluffy playing against Fluffy. We can't rule that out. The recon pressure is real, though. And over here, it's going to get some nice value. Fluffy's being very bold with this capture. Considering where Fluffy's units are on the opposing side. So this is the equivalent of Xirema capturing this property. The one that Fluffy's currently capturing. So this infantry is definitely overextended. And falls due to Fluffy's overextension. However, his artillery isn't quite protected enough. Fluffy can get a nice little pick off. Right, might use the tank to pick off and then reveal the artillery and then hit with the tank. Not the end of the world if that happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would be. I would much prefer if this was a tank, so that it would cover this tile, which is the most likely one that this artillery can be hit from. Yeah, it would be way better. Because if this was a tank, then you have just tank, and then this tank comes over here and hits here. And your infantry get to take out these infantry. It'd be good. That's true. It's very true. In the Sonja matchup, the Sonja Super and Sonja Normal Power have their very specific uses. Basically, because the way that Sonja Super works is it says when you are attacked, you first strike. And so the person that's being first struck against is the one that does a counterattack. And Sonja does 50% more counterattack damage. So if one Sonja supers and the other one uses a copter and hits this tank, it's the exact same as if this tank had struck this copter. The attacker actually gets that 50% counterattack bonus. And you can get some really, really nice exchanges because of that. So oftentimes, and because the only thing the super gives you that the normal power doesn't give you is that that first the first strike on the counterattack thing. You can just use the normal power to get the extra vision and the extra stats, while not giving your opponent that the counterattack advantage against you. However, with some units, it's still fine to do. Like with a bomber against anti-air, the bomber can just kill the anti-air before the anti-air gets to hit the bomber with extra damage. Or like medium tanks against tanks or something like that. No, not that tanks would attack a medium tank. And it's not that bad for like tank versus tank. But if there's ever a unit that like counters another unit, it suddenly will start countering the unit a lot. Like recons on infantry can be brutal, tanks on infantry can be brutal, medium tanks on tanks is brutal. No, it's the opposite. If it's a mirror and one Sonja supers, you can set up one-hit KOs against the supering Sonja. There's no worries. It's kind of weird to think about. So Sonja's super counter break makes it so when her units are attacked, instead of counterattacking, they first strike and the opponent is the one that counterattacks them. This is a Z game, it's not a League map. Unless you're going to make it a League map. So we'll see how the players play around that kind of dynamic. So far, it looks like fluhfie is trying to start engagements using infantry captures and then having the vehicles far back so they don't get first struck, and they can hopefully first strike vehicles that are coming in to interrupt these captures, which is always a very solid game plan. But for now, Xirema has just enough in infantry count to get some just infantry captures, and then it kind of turns the tide of who has to use vehicles on infantry first. You got vetoed. Just like that. For those that don't know, both Hans here and Starflash 250 are part of the map committee, which is part of the community of players that chooses which maps go into Global League. Okay. So looks like fluhfie just picked off the guys up here, mostly keeping away from the fight over here, just that one tank in on a city, because those are really hard to clear, especially for Sonja. And then goes in for this attack, which I don't agree with. That kind of just traded full health infantry to do 5 damage. Might have thought there was just far fewer infantry there than there were, except this tank kind of saw a lot of them, so I don't know about that. Okay, so Xirema's bringing out the medium tanks, which will be pretty difficult for fluhfie to deal with. Here we go. See, you're going to see much more normal powers used in the mirror than you would see typically. This seems like a really sketchy attack, though. I don't know what fluhfie is thinking there. Went for the luck roll. It's moving into the medium tank range. This is going to hurt a lot. So we'll see what Xirema does, but fluhfie's very aggressive here. Is threatening an HQ cap. Which is something, although an HQ cap is also being threatened on fluhfie. Okay. So Xirema has used the super. We will see if fluhfie... It doesn't look like fluhfie has very many good counter units, though, with the copter going down. The only one is like this anti-air and the tank. I guess that's fine. It does suck up the arty shot, but it is on a city. Okay, well, this tank can just kill this infantry, which is nice. Oh. Goes for the HQ cap. A little half-heartedly. But there is an artillery covering this square. Sadly, not covering that square, which would be really nice to cover. Okay, so this gives Fluffy some nice opportunities to get some favorable attacks. Sadly, these copters aren't actually able to hit any tanks, but like this tank can come over here and get a good hit on this. But I'm not sure why Fluffy did that. Maybe didn't expect the opponent to... What? Have the super up? Just use the tank. Okay. This would be... I imagine this was a roll to even do a damage. So, very risky for Fluffy. Okay, well, Fluffy did not use the Sonja tech, the Sonja mirror tech stuff, so that worked out pretty well for Xirema. But Fluffy does still have some pressure going on this front. There's just nothing joined to this infantry. But Fluffy does need to do all 9 damage to it. Which is a very steep task for a Sonja player. In fact, it looks like an impossible task. Oh, no. Okay. It was a low 9. It didn't get... That's right. It did take another 1 shot. Okay. Does get the kill. I think if this was joined, it might not have died. Especially with Sonja. Off by 1 Kenobi. Got the tank strike, got in there, did enough. It was very scary. Oh, no. Do not send anti-air to front without any protection or intel. The medium tank backs up. Must I assume knows about this then? Actually, is this safe? It's not safe because there's like this here and this, but the medium tank can't reach, so it's relatively safe. Not that Xirema would have known that. This is anti-air is closer to Fluffy than it is to Xirema, and it's getting some protection. It's much better. Okay, so this like front switch into the HQ cap that was barely held off is working out very nicely. For fluhfie, I would prefer if these infantry were used to block off the back here. I guess the medium tank can do it. Nope. Okay, well, I don't like that this is kind of exposed on the eastern side. Okay. Don't know why that tank just kind of ran in there. I think we're starting to enter into the yeet zone. We're definitely starting to enter into the yeet zone. Yeah. Okay, we have a bomber. Sonja bombers are very, very good. This is a day 16 with the incomes tied, so it can be a lot of pressure to like just try and get something done. And when people are under that kind of pressure, the yeeting begins. You can see how annoying this is for medium tanks. You'll note that this medium tank, it's hard to see, but it is in fact on a missile platform. And it's also hard to see, but this medium tank is actually in the woods. They cover up their terrain so nicely. And they will get you to make attacks that you really shouldn't have. Wow, we have a very expensive conga line here that could be blocked by a single copter standing right here. So since this medium tank didn't go in and hit this one, this didn't turn out nearly as bad as it could have for Xirema. Not quite sure why he did that. They see the artillery, and then they just move in front of it. Okay. The yeet is now. Okay. So this is another nice opportunity for fluhfie to take advantage of the super dynamic and do stuff like shoot this with the artillery and then have a copter get some pretty good damage against it. And fluhfie goes for the retaliation super, so probably these big tanks are going to come in and do some damage. Goodbye, artillery. Goodbye, tank. So there's 3 health. Anti-air does 3 damage because of how 5 damage while on a city. Might take it out, maybe close, 3-3. Bam, 3 damage against the medium tank. That's that extra 50% damage. And just kills the tank. So what happens there, right? So the medium tank runs up, and then because Xirema has the super active, this tank hits the medium tank first, and then the medium tank gets to use the counterattack bonus and just kills the tank in one shot. Which is why this medium tank took a damage. It's as if the tank had attacked the medium tank. That's how Sonja supers work. You have your Sonja super up and you get attacked. Instead of counterattacking, you first strike. And then Sonja has 50% more damage on counterattacks specifically. So first strikes are not counterattacks. So this first strikes here, and then this counterattacks, even though it's the attacking unit. It's weird. So in this case, this anti-air is pretty low. So what happens is it runs up. The copter hits it first, and then it's at 2 health and has counterattack boost at 2 health, which makes it basically 3 health, and it does 3 damage. I'm actually kind of surprised that this copter did not kill here. That must have been a very healthy 6. Okay, let's see. This bomber can definitely get some work done. Bam. Now, it doesn't work in this case because the medium tank doesn't actually attack this bomber. If it did, that would be really nasty. Okay. So fluhfie does not currently have an answer to this bomber in any capacity. I expect we might see a fighter in the future. For now, there's just double anti-air. But there is enough money. Oh, there's going to be a repair, so there's not going to be enough money for a fighter next turn. But fluhfie's looking very good at this point. Gone are the days of almost losing. Up almost 10 units. Although the bomber is getting some serious damage done. Okay, lots of stuff. I'm not sure why this didn't move. Okay, fluhfie sees what was built. Starts putting pressure all around the map. I do highly recommend doing that when you are unfortunately, because fluhfie moves up here onto the worst terrain, we'll actually lose the race to stop this HQ, this city cap. Because if this continues to cap, the cap will go down to 1, and then the 3 health will hit the 3 health at most, doing 2. And then this will get the city. That's a weird attack. There is an anti-air right here. So I'm not quite sure why the copter went in to strike there. Pretty sure Neotank just goes here, kills recon, anti-air kills. Doesn't want to spend the money on the heals, I guess. Wait for something else to give you vision, unless nothing else can. Of a more delectable target. Having some problems. I imagine fluhfie's gonna kill the bomber. Or just trap it. Just traps it. Okay. Also works. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If fluhfie used the power, probably wouldn't kill the bomber. It would do a lot of damage because it's now an injured bomber against the AA in the forest. It's probably worth it just to trap it. It's better. So long as nothing can free it. Oh. Hey, Xirema sacrifice. As all of these guys have to die for this, but will stop that cap for now. The bomber isn't freed, but it does get to kill another big unit. So it's definitely been a very, very valuable bomber. This fight is still going on. Looks like Fluffy's going to have a really big breakthrough in the center. Ooh. It's a nice first strike on this Neo tank. It gets a nice surround to pick it off later. Very nice. And here comes a very good breakthrough for Fluffy down here. Neo tank unopposed. And then we have a triple join to really force Xirema to invest a lot to stop that. Okay, bomber down. Neo tank is trapped. This is looking rough. Well, the counter break is up, so... Oh. Xirema almost stops it. But the infantry holds. I think probably should have attacked the tank to do the most damage. That's okay. Another bomber. Infantry go! This is something you can't really do as Sonja, so I wouldn't recommend going for that because infantry damage on a Neo tank is all luck. And Sonja has net 0. So it's a very steep ask for Sonja infantry to ever get those chip damage pickoffs. Instead, I would recommend just killing it with an anti-air. Okay, Xirema has the super here. Is looking to be in a pretty rough spot. That is something you do not want to see after moving your bomber forward, is that it just got moved into fighter range, and there's the resign. Oof, what a game. Xirema almost won that. The final straw. But very, very good surrounds by Fluffy. And some patient play. I think Xirema had some really good play early on, and then kind of entered into a yeet mode, which ended up costing them a lot of value. I'm going to call the stream there. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'll leave you with an apple. How to beat the heat. Trapping units is definitely a good way to beat the heat. Good night, everyone.